Are we live? We are live. Sound check. Good. So, welcome. Welcome to my adventures in C. My name's Fraser Sharp. Some people call me Bladez. Well, that's up to them. And, hello, microphone. Where did you come from? Oh, my gosh, that was quick. Twitch, you're on form this morning. You know that I'm online. Oh, scary. Let's say hello to everybody. How's about that? Let's do something useful. Hello all. Oh, I even did it on the right keyboard. Oh, I'm on form. I'm on fire today. Yesterday was excellent. So what was I doing yesterday? I was seeing my wife. I went to see my wife yesterday, and it was awesome. It was awesome. It's cheered me up. I also did some refactoring, which I haven't finished. So why haven't I finished my refactoring? Because I only had the thought after yesterday, and it's to do with what file I'm using for what. So I've got a game file here, and I've got Great Dungeon Level, and I've got Run. What I would prefer is game underscore for that, and the other one is in somewhere else. What have I got in OpenGL? Oh, the test data I've moved out to OpenGL. Map. I've got now a map thingy. So I would like map underscore, and it isn't create dungeon level, it's create map level. Map, create map level. No, I'll keep it like that. Yeah. That's a shift and an S. Why did I use a shift and an S? Because I meant to do control and an S. Because my fingers don't work. Which is fine. I don't mind them not working. So in game, the only thing I've actually got in game now is Run. So I can put here, shift game underscore run. It's the only thing I've actually got in here, which makes it easier to find things. That's saved out. In map C, we want map. Everything must start with the name of the... So we'll start these two off here. I've decided upon this convention because C is a bit weird in that it doesn't have classes. Yeah, there's no classes in the C. This is as far as we went, is it? Okay. Mustn't have been a long stream then. Never mind. So yeah, that'll work now. There we go, that's all updated. Before we go too far, it's all been updated. Lovely. So now Sandbox should be okay. Yeah. I know where to find things now, which file to find things in. Otherwise, I haven't got a chance, have I? Really? So, as you can see in game C, all we have is Run. Remember, they're always duplicated. I don't even need that at the top there. That's just not needed. We just haven't got anything in there, really. Thank you. Map C. See how it's duplicating everything? Ah, right. Well, the first thing we have, we don't need here. I wasn't expecting this to happen. Well, that's just tough. Simple as. Just tough. Don't care. That'll take me to that line. That will take me to that line. No, that's fine. Absolutely fine. Lovely. That's a little bit of refactoring done. That was it. Otherwise, the only things I've changed are I'm now doing a bool global map cells, map width, map height. I've put a +1 on to stop me going over the edge and sig faulting, which is probably going to happen if I don't put that 1 on. It doesn't actually matter what the width and the height are. I'm using an 80x40 screen, which is the grand old favourite of the, I think it was the Apple Pet that had an 80x40 screen in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, 1990s that is, not 20. Right, so set all the locations to false. I've done that. That will turn out to be a C allocation eventually. When I get that all sorted out, I think I know how to do it now. We make room. I then cheat by putting it at position 3515 because I wanted to know where to put my camera. Assuming we've only made one room. And we carve the room out by putting true in to our map cells. Very simplistic so far. Okay, back in game C, we come down here, and this is where I've got to make some alterations today, straight off the bat. And we go through the key states for the camera. We create the camera view, and we come down into our rendering, which we haven't dragged out yet into a renderer. And we perform this little for loop around our cells, our map cells. And we just literally, if they're equal to false, you can already see the mistake, then we draw them. Now I had to do it equal to false to start off with to make sure that I was looking at the right thing, and we'll give that a run. We'll just give it our first run of the day, which usually takes a bit longer to run because my computer's slow. Off it goes. There we go. And as you can see, there's our room being carved out, and this is our map. I want to, this is, you can see why I wanted to do it this way around before I did it any other way. And one moment, just do that again. We can go up by quite a bit. So if we go up, we'll be fine. What happens if we go back a bit and up a bit more? Back a bit, up a bit more. That's actually quite a long way. Alright, I'll do that. Whilst we've got no lighting going on. Camera. Where's my camera? I've got it 40 across, which is the centre. I've got it 10 up. Let's put that 40 up and down. I'm only going 5 past the edge. So how's about 60 in there? Let's see what we're looking at now. Oh, well, that's way too far. Way too far on the up. We can always see 50. 25. That's a little bit better. But yeah, you can see it's going in and out of the clip plane at the back. So I'll bring you back to 20 and we'll bring you back to 40. Now that looks like good numbers. They're evening up, so yeah, we'll use that. Yeah, that looks okay. It's just that I don't like going up and down. You can still go back a bit. That's close. 1, 2, 3. It is at about 50. Yeah, we'll take 50 then. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at this point what I've set it to. Yeah. That looks better. I can go up and down, by the way, if you really, really want to know. Right, let's get this sorted out now. As you can see, I am drawing all the walls. So now I've got a camera in the right place-ish. Draw elements. Here we are. Yeah. Would you can just take the faults off? I'll do. And now we have the floors. There you go. That's our first map drawn. Done. I think we're going to need more than one room though. And that colouring's a little tad sharp. But it's a test thingy, who cares? This weekend, by the way, I'm going to start a side project for loading graphics. When I can get that right, I'll add it into this program so we can load graphics from disk. I think that's probably a better idea. Alrighty. Okay. And that'll mean I'll need to then make a renderer. That's a bit of a nuisance. Because at the moment we can only do one VAO. Yeah, I've got our uniforms coming in as well. New vertex array object here. So everything from 172, oh no, 167 for the use shader, to the release, which is 225, that's going to be our renderer. That'll be interesting. Don't know where I'm going to put that yet. So let's go back to map. We have our first room. Next up, random. R-A-N-D. I don't like using this. I want to use a function. Reason being is because it's a game, we will want some dice. And I would like to do everything using dice, rather than starting to clobber these kind of things all over the place. Yeah, that gives me more control of this part here. Which is wrong still, by the way. We can take that out altogether. What am I doing? So now we are making a room at a random position, which I don't know where it is. There you go. And it seems to have split itself in two. Interesting. So I've got some interesting results happening already. And it should stay at that random result. That's correct. Right. It's not been seeded. So we can reproduce the error. That's good news. What that means is we're not checking that it fits on the map, because we are assuming the room does. So we're just carving it out no matter what, and that's causing us problems. That's fine. So, dice. Dicey, dicey, dicey time. Let's play with dice. My God, did we start at 11:16, really? Okay. Whoops, a bit early today. I was setting up a project, as you can see. So, go away, you lot. Projects. Archive. Maths? Yeah. And I've done it as a header file, really? That's fine. Now, I know for starters that I don't need time, C time there. And we put this in as a class. Alright, let's yeah, okay. Static voids. Yeah, we can make that into a header file. Okay. If it's a header file, I'm just going to pop it in with my other header files, which can go in sandbox.lib. Do I really want a header file in amongst all this lot? Nope. I'll put it in with these sand dice. Yeah, that sounds fun. Doesn't matter where you put it, what you call it. It can be anything. Whatever you want. And it's just... Oh, wait a minute, let's set it up properly. Ooh, that's a bad one to choose. This one's better. Don't forget about that. Let's just do that for a second. Today's date is the 17th. Wow, July the 17th. 6 days in. And we've already got our first room. Badly done. I don't want stdio. I know for a fact it's only going to be stdlib. And we are going to call this sand_dice underscore header file. Awesome. There we go. That's all we need. Now remember that C doesn't have namespaces, but I'm using the C++ namespacing conventions. I'm doing it just so I can protect the code in the library. That's the only reason why I'm doing it. So don't worry about it. I am going to use a little bit of C++, well, splattered. Scattered, very, very far and few between. But when I write libraries, I always namespace them. Always namespace them. That's working nicely, actually, that part. So let's find a bit of header. Let's find our first function. And that's going to be our first function. Does it need to be static? No. Right. At this point, I do need to look up how to use this. I haven't done random numbers for quite a long time. And seeding them is usually a good idea. I want that one there, please. I was looking at C-alloc, wasn't I? So I'm in the standard library. That one. And I am looking at a rand. srand. Initialize random number generator. If you notice in this library, there should be also time, and there isn't, damn it. I thought there was. That's the one I want there. Yeah, it's showing how you can, that it's not totally random. So what we use is time. Okay. I don't need all of this lot of rubbish. That's C++. I just need that. Yeah. I'll sort that out. Okay, that's a nice. You see how more power, well, how more direct C is to C++, which is why I have to convert these. I can't just take them as they are. Right, static, a roll of dice. I'm going to leave them as static. Okay. That's correct. My God. Something that converts. Mind you, it's a simple function, so that's fine. That gives me hope for the rest of these functions. Just check again. Yeah, so it's a for loop for how many dice you want to do. And we just add a random number, mod type +1. Correct. That is how you do a dice. Now I should have critical success and critical failure. These are for the game calculations, the game rules. I want these two, so we can have critical success dice rolls and critical failure dice rolls on things like when we go to hit something, or when we cast a spell or whatever, or God knows what. Whatever. Use a skill. Yes, we're going to have skills. And these should be all correct as well. Okay. Just check through. Critical success. It's -14. 16. Yeah, we've got effective skills. Yeah, we have the effective skills going in. Yeah, that's good. So it's effective skill and dice roll that's been performed, and we can check for critical success and critical failures on dice rolls for the effective skills, which is a bonus. So I make a bool, make a crit, and then we do if dice roll, we check to see whether it is, and we return a true or a false. Yeah, that's fine. So that's my game rules section. If you want to see what those critical failures and critical successes are, look up GURPS Lite online. Find the GURPS Lite PDF. It's all in there. I don't have a copy of it on this machine at the moment, which is a shame. But I now have my roll dice. And I can have as many sides of my dice as I want. Excellent. I am going to add it just out of neatness to the profile. Don't have to. But it's structures. Just goes above structures. You don't have to do this, by the way. I do it because then I know where to find things. Sand_dice. .h. With it being a header file, it'll never get compiled, so it doesn't matter whether it's in here or not. All these header files aren't going to get compiled. Right. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Right, let's find out whether it works or not. We need to init the dice, which will be in game.c. Yeah, we're doing them here. I don't have to recompile the library, by the way. It's a header file. They don't get compiled, so there we go. There it is. And the only reason why I want that in there is... Where's the while loop? Here it is. I've got space here, that'll do. Sand... ::: initialize dice. That's all I want to put in here. That will set up the seed. And now back over in map C. Room width is now I'm going to do it in full sand, colon, roll dice. Oh, yeah, I didn't redo that, did I? Whoops. For starters, that should be a capital I. Let's do the naming conventions. Underscore dice. No, it's supposed to be capitals, that's right. Naming conventions, please. Right, it's in the dice file whilst I'm doing this. So every command should start with dice. So I know where to find it. Yeah, that's okay. So that's what we'll call that one. There we go. Simple as that, really. Just make sure everything's properly named. There we go. What's wrong with that? Nothing. Good. You worked it out. Thank you. Thank you, game. Nice to have met you. So here we can now do dice. Roll. So now, do you see how a lot nicer that is? They all come up together. Dice roll. We want number of dice 1. And the type is max room width. There it is. And we are going to add to our dice roll 4. I'm going back to 3 now. Now I've got it separated out. You see, I like to program in English. Not in comical languages. So our room width will be a dice roll from 1 to our max room width plus 3. Our height will be from 1 to the max room height plus 3. Hopefully we do have those numbers up here. I And I've put them in sand structures. Pop them back in here, please. There we go. Lovely. I don't think we need them anywhere else, do we? Not at this time, we don't. Right. That's sorted that out. Position. Is map width. It's -1 there, because that goes in the brackets, and we do +1 outside the brackets. Yeah. Yeah, I'll go with that. I don't want a too high a number that it's going to go. I can see a problem there already. That's wrong. I'll do it. And this is why we were getting that error before. Because we were doing it silly. Room height. We're not going to need the +1, are we? Not anymore. Right, so our single room should now display properly. I think it did. Yeah, it did, but I got something strange going on in the background. Defined but not used. Really? Why do you care about that? I don't understand why that warning comes up. Why should you care? Is it because it's static? I think it is. Okay. Fair enough. We're not going to be using them for a while. And I don't want the warnings. So we'll remove those for now. There we go. Everything's working nicely. Every time we run now, we should get something different. Let me just do a run build task library. Okay. And that leaves me here. It should come up somewhere different on screen. So it's over to the far over to the left. It looks about the same size as well. I wonder. This is looking about the same. It's not doing what I want it to. It means it's being run at the same time every time. Right, our randomizer is not randomizing. Does anybody know why? Because time is the same every time. So we have to put an automatic in there. Okay. So printf. That's a simple enough statement. Standard IO, please. We've just got to choose one, haven't we? Bloody blah. I don't want an S. I just want a get. Guess and get char. Alright. Get char. I'll do. Let's see if this will add a little bit of randomness. No. Doesn't. Oh, closed it. Okay. Wasn't there a get line? Why didn't get chart work? I don't really want this load of rubbish in it. Stuff it. I'm not doing that. This is rubbish. Because it's going to mess me up testing as well. So, no, I'm going to use that there, but I'll probably modify the initialization. Okay. Alright, well, it doesn't look as though it got random anyway, but never mind. Who cares? Next. Get on with it. Let's get the programming going. Stop worrying about technicalities. So, we need to note to myself, need to get that initialization done properly. There's a simple way of doing it, all I've got to do is look it up. If it's hitting that point at the same time every time, then it messes things up. But hey ho, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how things go. Right, so we've got our first room. And it's putting it on our map. I believe in a successful fashion. But, oh dear, we know that's never going to be right with me. Heck, it wouldn't be a Bladez show if I didn't get it completely wrong the first time. I usually do. How's chat doing? Anybody popping in for a chat? No? Okay, fine. There are different random number generators out there that you can use, by the way. You don't just need to do... oh, we have somebody. Hello! That looks like a Call of Cthulhu name. Lubots... yeah. Lubotlu. Lubotlu. Does that mean you're a bot? Lulu the bot. Interesting. How are you, Lulu? Luluk. Lulu. How are you, Lubotlu? On this fine day. You can't hear much with my mic. That's interesting. I have no problems with sound. Okay, you're good. Lovely. Good to see you popping in. We're in C, by the way. The C is a programming language of choice today. God knows why I've done this to myself. And we have our first room in our dungeon. Very colourful room. There you go. Very colourful room. Isn't that awesome? So we need to put more rooms in our dungeon, I think. That's the first thing. So let's do that. We're actually making a game. Instead of concentrating on graphics for once, which is what I usually do, I'm making a game. I've decided to throw caution to the wind and just make a game. So I'm making a dungeon map out of my test square. that I use for testing OpenGL, which is quite ludicrous, really. I'm using it for that. Okay, what we're going to need? We are going to need a while loop. So where do we start? Make a random blah 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 blah. Set all locations to false. Okay. We'll need more rooms. So while something or other. Rooms, I don't know. Complete. Okay. We will do all of this lot. I don't want to carve the room at this point in here. Yes, I know, it's all going error-shaped. So, if you've never written a game in C, C is one of the most powerful languages you can use. You can write a ton of C to do a small thing, or a little bit of C to do a lot. It's always your... Oh, thank you for the follow. I won't read out what it said, but thank you for the follow. It didn't call you by that same name. Never mind. That's why I don't have them coming up on screen. People might want to be anonymous with the names. We'll have to make that a bool. So, bool. I don't want to call it rooms complete. Generating. That's a nice one. We'll call it true. How's about that for a name? I like writing my programs in English, sorry. There we go. While rooms are generating, we shall stay in this loop. Have I got any coffee left? Oh, I have a bit. I also want to keep track of our rooms, don't I? I want to keep track of every single rectangle of the room. So I'm going to type def a struct which we will call rectangle. In here we will have a uint x, a uint y for its position, and we will have a uint width and a uint height. That'll do. done it to myself again, haven't I? There we go. That looks okay. Ba-ba-ba-bum. We now have a rectangle. Now that's a type definition, so I can use it. Just like bool is a type, we now have a different type called rectangle. Magic number coming up. Warning, warning, magic number coming up. No. Just add one up here. Um, 126 will do. Okay. Yeah, that'll do. So at this point we can make a rectangle. I guess. Rectangle. Current room. Equals dot x equal, oh no, don't do it, no, use those brackets, otherwise we will go all over the place. Dot x equals position x. Dot y equals position y. Oh, I've just done it again. There are better ways of displaying this. Dot width equals room width. Dot height equals room height. Obvious, really. That's that. Now, why is it complaining at that? Are you saying I can't do that? Well, that's an initialization. Alright, do it the other way then. So it's current room. Don't know why I'm not allowed to do initializations like that, but anyway. Hold on a minute, is there something going on here about allocating memory? Position X is undefined. No, it's here. Time destruct. That's correct. I am not understanding why that is. Oh, never mind, it was a good idea at the time. We'll get on with it. That's a global at the moment. I'm just wondering if I should make these static or not. Probably. Probably, he says. I don't know. Alright, so make a random room with a maximum size and width. Done that, make a room. Place room into map, setting floors to true. Make sure that no two rooms overlap. Ah. Okay. Okay, let's do this part then. We've got our did put those to uints. Make the rectangle to uints, didn't I? Yeah, okay. Same types. Lovely. We're getting nowhere. Make sure that no two rooms overlap. That was what I was going to do now. We need to know how much space it's... Tiles used. Tiles. Floor. tiles used equals 0 to start off with. Okay. Make random room, we've done that. That line's not required anymore. Place room into map, setting floors to be true. Ooh. That doesn't really come into the accounts until we can work out what we're going to do with this. So, yeah, we're placing the room. Make sure that no two rooms overlap. We have to compare each room, and that's what I need this for. How do we do rectangle? I wonder if it's being used somewhere else. I could call it tile. But I want rectangle, don't I? Yeah, I do. Okay. What we could really do with here is finding out whether we can carve the room or not. Make that a bool. True or false. Okay. That's easy enough to do. And we'll do it using these. That now gets moved into here. We can have a bool success equals that. So it's attempt to place room into map. Yeah, that gets it out of here. Okay. I definitely want to record this room though. Because what we've really got here now is, if success, we can tick it off and say it's been done. Really? So we would have rooms generation would equal true. That doesn't matter, does it? It's already true. Fine. On a success, we can add to the tiles used. Okay. So floor tiles used. That's going to equal. Don't worry, I'll be redoing this so I can read it properly in a minute. Floor tiles used will equal position X, and it gives me the wrong one. Fine. X times plus width, room width, and that's got to go in brackets. Multiplied by position Y. Could have started the brackets really a bit earlier. Thank you, Bladez. Plus room height. And I wish IntelliSense would keep up. It doesn't, unfortunately. So the floor tiles used becomes a factor, because we know. I also want to add this to the rooms created. So add to list of rooms created. We've only got we've only got a certain number of tiles. We have map width and map height. Does it help us to know how many rooms we've made? Not really. That's wrong. We don't care about the positions, we just care about the number of tiles we've used. That's better. That's floor tiles used. Right, so we can now get rid of that assumption. That was a test assumption. So, what our exit condition. For this while loop is going to be an if statement, and it's going to be cells used, or whatever we've called it, floor tiles used. That's it. Floor tiles used. We are going to divide that by the size of the map. Times map height. Which are all in integers. So that's useless. These have to be in floats. So we'll put them in floats. And if that is greater than a percentage, 0.5f, say, then we are no longer generating rooms. We have enough rooms, is the answer. So, I think that's everything. Is there anything else we need? Yeah, I want to add them to the list of rooms created, which seems to be a problem at the moment. I'm not doing too well with my C language. Type destruct. Do I have to malloc that? I'm going to have to look this up. I need a C manual. It's been so blooming long since I programmed in this language. I've forgotten if I need to actually allocate memory to that or not, because grooms is a pointer to an array of max rooms. And each of these rooms in here has that size. Needs that amount of data. And I should be able to just add it simply. Yes, I need to count room count, because I want to add it to that. Doesn't matter, does it? uint room count. Set it to 0. If we have success, room count plus equals 1. What I want to place in here is the room. grooms. The global rooms variable at room count. Oh no. We can use 0. Goes after. So room count equals and it will be a rectangle. Oops. Now will it let me do it? Of dot x equals position x. Why won't x come up? Dot y. It's comma. Yeah, thank you. It's already come up with the error before I even thought about it. So dot y equals position y. Dot width equals room width. With an equal sign. And dot height equals room height. That should be correct. That's how I wanted to use it. Fantastic. So now we've got a record of every single room that we create. Is that the final code? It's damn well close to. So we'll keep going through and generating rooms until we satisfy the condition of the exit condition, which is we have used half of the floor tiles available. Damn, that looks good. Right, map carve room is, we have to throw it out if it doesn't fit. Can't think of anything. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Of course, there's something that goes here. Generate corridors. Won't be very good if we don't generate some corridors here. I think that's all I need. Anybody think that I've missed something? Anything? Nope. Alright, let's set this code up properly. Room height. So that I can read it. And yes, it does take up extra lines of space, but I've got millions of lines to fill, so I don't care. This is where I really want to use the rectangle though, instead of doing all of this rubbish. Never mind, doesn't matter. Oh well, can't have everything in life. And everything's simplistic after that. Yep. Yep, everything's simplistic after that. Already done. Right, I can read it now. That helps. So we're using dice rolls now to get our width, height, position X, position Y. We are going to attempt to carve the room. If we can't carve the room, it's going to return false. If we can carve the room, it will return true. Just make sure it's returning something. Right, we are now into an infinite loop. Now, if I didn't do any tests here, we would just get complete splatterage, wouldn't we? So as a test, we're probably going to get a segmentation fault. Press F5. Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking was going to happen. But not there. Let's see if that's what I think it is. G_rooms. How does this work now? It's gonna be anything I want, really. Oh. Thank you. Standard library. It's going to be equal to null. That's why. Malik's just... yeah. Char star buffer. Buffer equals char star. Okay, let's try that one. This is in stdlib. Okay, let's try that one as an example. grooms equals a rectangle malloc and we just need the size. Size of a rectangle. It isn't, it's a rectangle times whatever. Max rooms. And that's going to be max rooms. Okay, well, we've got something back anyway. Rectangle equals star rectangle. What? Alright, take that off then. Expected to close bracket. Ah, yeah. Okay, that's the right hand side sorted out. What's wrong with you? Must be a modifiable value. Which one's modifiable? Is it the star or the and? Right, what are we looking at now? I bet I've got star going on. That's interesting. That is a pointer to rooms. That is a pointer to room 0. And that would be an address that is required. Yeah. God, allocating memory in C. Oh, God help us. I bet I've got no notes on it. Okay, let's learn C. Wish that stopped doing that. Speed dial, please. C programming. How to allocate memory to a global array. When size is not known. I know how to do a global array. That ain't the problem. Yeah, but I need it of a type. Yeah, they got it rectangle. Ah, yeah. I don't like that way of doing it. It's correct. So what you're saying is just do that. Basically. Let's see how close I got it. Yeah, that's how close I got it. They are saying malloc size, which is max rooms, times size of the rectangle, or the int in this case. Yeah, so I've got it right. Does it work? Dunno. Exception has occurred. Okay. I'm not bloody surprised. La 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 la. Come back to you. It's going to be in there a long while. I've created a never-ending loop. Fantastic. Didn't even register an error. Right, okay. Good. Do I need an extra? Probably. Bracket. I need the exit condition to work. And this is returning true, isn't it? Yeah. Let's make sure we're getting to the exit condition. We are. Okay. And it carries on. Room count 2, 3, 4. Tiles uses 66. 80 by 40. 3,200. Half of that. 1,600. Tiles use 66. It's not adding. Floor tiles is not adding. Plus. That's what's wrong with that. Okay, continue. Floor tiles use 154, 209, 274, 3, 5. Yes. I'm happier now. There we go. We now have rooms. But as you can see, they are overlaid. Splattered on top of each other. That's actually quite interesting. Thinness of the rooms. Yeah. I'm quite happy with that. So it's working. Lovely. I think on that note, I think I've earned a break working that out. If anybody knows how to do this bit, just say so in chat. Save me a load of research later. I'm going to have to probably read a book on C online or something at this rate, because I can't remember half the language. I can remember that's something like how I want to do it, but I can't remember exactly how I want to do it. But I know that I'm mismatching things somehow. No idea why this is happening to me, but I seem to be mismatching types and things here. Because to me, that's the correct way of doing it. But it might have to be static, I don't know. If I make it static, will it allocate the... On the map cells, I go through each one and generate a value. I initialize it. On this, I'm not initializing. And that's a problem. And I know that is with C, how to initialize variables in C is very particular and precise, because we have to manage our own memory. It's telling me, something in the back of my mind is saying, please assign memory to this. And That's important. But we have to assign memory that is big enough to fit max rooms times rectangles in there. Because rectangles is a block of memory within itself. If we don't do that allocation in some way or another, then we can't access it, or we can't put anything in there because we've got no memory to put anything into. And that's why there was a segmentation fault. So I agree with the error. Which is a nuisance. I would have to go through every single one of those and add a null rectangle. Is that what I have to do? If it is, well, that's what I'll do. I mean, there's only 126 of them. I mean, I can do that, and it would work. But is that how I want to do it? Is that how I want to do things? I'm not sure. Because the allocation here is going to change in the future to just a C allocation on this. I think I nearly know how to do it now. Not quite sure though. I still have uncertainties. It's done in a bit of a weird way. But that's C for you. Could do it in the basic, inefficient way. And I do want a coffee. And then you just put zeros in, don't you? But that, does that initialize it? Really? Yes, it does. Is the answer? How interesting. And it's not random. That's exactly the same map as we did last time, so yeah, my init dice is not working. Damn it. What Muppet? What do you want? Do you want a cup of coffee as well? Yeah, I think we're all wanting a cup of coffee. My throat's going. So, what do? We do that. Be right back. Come on, Muppet. Good boy. Let's go grab a coffee. Meow to you too. Alright, so hello, Pudding. Pudding's another one of my cats. We've got three. Poppy's the other one, last. Alright, pudding. Yeah. Where are we up to? Oh yeah, that was it. Grab a coffee. Don't do that. No, let's come back. Okay. Oops. Okay, that's that function finished. That's working nicely. Right. I want a bool. Is room valid? We have to assume that it's false. I think that's possibly a good place to start off with. Be negative. No, we should really say true. Is room valid? Yeah, we'll call it true. So we can default out to here. Okay. We know that this carves out the room. We've already checked that out. Right, let's see what we can do here. Carving a room. This could get fun. So we are going to have to go through all previous rooms to see if they overlap. So all we need to know is if something is true. And that's your Gmap cells. True. So it's going to be a big, well, not big for loop, but doesn't really matter what I use. I equals X. And I want a border between each room, don't I? So it's X minus 1. Comma. As long as I is less than X plus width plus 1. I want a border on the other side as well, please. We just need to I plus that. That's your first part. And we'll need a J for uint J equals Y minus 1. Do exactly the same, I think. Semicolon. Whilst Y is less than and it's going to be yeah, okay, we can do it that way around. Plus height. Height plus 1. Semicolon y plus plus. Right, well, if the cell in that position, and that is going to be G cells, G cells, G map cells. Map cells at I, J. If that's already been used, it'll be true. Why am I getting bloody red squiggles everywhere? Stop it. We just return false. Don't need this line. And that is, funnily enough, return true. That becomes return true. Wow. Will that do it? Ooh, have we just done an infinite loop again? And we finally get a segmentation fault. We went outside of the map. That's correct. Right, let's run it. I know I'm in an infinite loop, I don't care. Just take you out of the way for a second. Oh. That's interesting. And that's because J is some stupid number. Y is coming through as what? That's an overflow. Y has become -1. That's what's just happened. So how did we get Y to be a minus? We shouldn't have. So it's position Y. That's a negative, yeah. I can see that. We haven't checked for the bottom. These can go negative. Map height minus room height. How does that become negative? Interesting. $14. Where's the next one? What? Oh, stupid me. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That is correct. Why is it going stupid? All it is the same thing repeated, but I'm just setting the cells to true. Why is it affecting X and Y? Something's going on here in the loops. I don't necessarily know what the hell's going on in there. Right, so we are sending through X, Y, position Y. Where's position X? There it is, position X. 7 and 18. Seven and 18. Goes through that loop, which takes forever. And then comes out of that loop. There's something wrong with that loop. Oh, it returns false. Now we're coming back with this stupid number. Y gets modified in here somehow. There it is. It's a mistake. I'm using J, not Y. Error, error, error. Silly me. Found. Removed. Stopped. Go. No wonder it was taking so bloody long. Okay, forgot to take you out. There we go. All rooms are now separated. Wow. Oh my god. I do want a printout at this point. Can I get a printout? It's just something for, like, I tell myself that I'm deleting stuff. I want to know what I'm generating as well. I want to know the size. No. I want to know how many rooms. I want that one there. Print F. The dungeon level has generated %U. There we go. Put the new lines in just to protect splatterage. Yeah, uint, thought so. Let's have a look at that. 22 rooms is the answer. Do you want to count them? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That's correct. Wow. This is looking good. Graphics look horrible, but this is looking good. My test square is taking us a long way into developing a program. I can't believe that I've got it to go this far. Because now we need corridors. Oh my god, corridors. How am I going to deal with that? Oh. So I'm showing really that C is a very powerful language. I don't know where the border is. Does that matter? No. Okay, does the randomness matter at this point? No. But it's not going to test out all variations, is it? So we'll have to set that up for Monday. Tuesday, it won't be Monday. Monday's my day off. So we'll have a randomness sorted out for Tuesday. It's only a one-liner. I just can't remember off the top of my head what the hell it is. I can look it up, I suppose. Because that's all I'm going to do anyway. Is look it up. I think I've forgotten to put a null in it. To get the base time. think that's what I've done. Am I happy with the results so far? Yes, I am. So let's go onwards, because going onwards is going to be awkward. Right. Corridors. Every room has to be accessible. That's rule number 1. Okay. So what I don't want is this to turn into Spaghetti Junction and just be a spaghetti load of corridors. So we're going to really have to think very carefully about how many corridors we actually need. And the answer is 22. For this map. That's why I wanted to print it out, is so I knew how many corridors we're going to need. So, we are going to need to split this up a little touch. So, I'm going to create some more thingies here. This is carve room. So I'll keep on the carving idea. For now, I'll have void. It's map, obviously, we know that. We know it's carve. Corridor, hallway. Is that how you spell corridor? We're going to need a from and a to. And we're going to need some way of describing them. These could go into structs.h because I'm doing very, very generalistic structures. So let's have a type def. We'll call it a struct. And this can be a point. I could just use Jello. I don't have a rectangle. I do have a maths library included in here, don't I? Oops. Yeah? Will I need anything else? No. We just need a point to point. That makes it simpler. I'm liking this. I like things that are simple. Alright. Yeah. We'll have those two. Virtually the same signature anyway, aren't they? Yeah, it's looking alright. So, we need direction. So we need to know which direction we're going, from left to right or from right to left. Last. So which way are we going? If from .x is less than 2 2.x, then first horizontal we're doing, are we doing the x's? Yeah. First equals from dot x. And last equals 2.x. So if x, yeah, we're going from left to right, so first and last, yeah. Otherwise, we're going the other way around. Oh, thank you for putting that in for me. Last equals from. Oh, where's going right to left? No, first, no. Good God. Brain just went into reverse there. God knows why. 2.x. Alright, that sorts out our direction. Right. That's that bit. And then it's as simple as carve first to last position. Why have I got red squiggles on a comment? I haven't got x's or anything hanging around now this time, have I? No, x equals first, whilst x is less than or equal to last, inclusive, semicolon x plus plus. And all we have to do is change, well, we just do this, don't we? Doesn't matter which y. Horizontal y will be the same. So we'll take from. Doesn't really matter. Why can't you find from.y? What? It's got x, but it hasn't got y. Are you trying to take the Michael? Yes, it has. It's got it there. So you're wrong, Squiggle. No idea. Oh, it's a float. Is it? Yes, it will be. Whereas, yeah, uint y equals uint from dot y. There you go. Now we've got integers. And that was a problem. I'm not actually converting, it's converting for me. So do I need that uint there? It's an automatic conversion. It might give me warnings. We'll see. I think it'll give a warning on that. And that's it. Will that work? Yes. Will I get warnings? Probably. Possible loss of data. It didn't even care. Right, okay, fine. Fair enough. If it doesn't care, I don't care. All we're doing is truncating them. And considering they're going to come across as integer numbers anyway, it doesn't really matter. Right. We can carve. Okay. How are we going to generate the corridors? That information, we need to get to that final to and from information. That's going to be the secret of this bit. Good question. Right, for now, I'm going to make corridors. I don't want segments of corridors. Because corridors might go across to a midpoint and then down. Not necessarily left to right or right to left. Okay. I'm not overly sure to go for segments or for full corridors. But they are going to be points. Not happy. Problem is, I don't really want corridors. Oh, we've got rectangle, haven't we? I'll keep it the same. Okay. We didn't have to blank those off. Yeah, I'm going to hit the same problem, aren't I? Get off me. Oh, for God's sake. Microsoft, will you stop doing that to me? All I want to do is put semicolon there. Christ. Okay. Alright, so we have G underscore corridors available to us now as rectangles. Okay. So I've got a variable at least. So we need to go through each room. What pudding? What do you want? equals 0. Whilst room is less than or equal to room count. Or count. Room count, please. Next room, please. Alright, there's our loop. So, step through each room. And join it to the next room. Don't you dare! Oh, pudding. Go, go. Be gone, cat. Be gone, go. He's found out how to get my attention, hasn't he? Little thing. Step through each room and join it to the next room. By carving a corridor. That's what we're going to be doing. But we are going to have to throw some out, I think. Otherwise, we'll be carving corridors through other corridors, which carve through rooms, which carve through other rooms. Right, so set 2 initial points. Random. Let's have them random. It's supposed to be procedural, this, isn't it? Let's have them random. Set 2 random initial points in each room. Okay. We don't need to look at the first room. Or we don't need to look at the first room or the last room. Which one are we going to do? Are we going to look backwards or forwards? If we start at 0, that equals goes. If we start at 1, the equals comes back. So we'll start at 0. And then we'll look at room 0 and room plus 1. Yeah, alright. Okay. So our first point is going to be our from point, and we'll make that equal to map random point in room. And we will pass through room. Yes, I know I don't have that function. And we will then do GLM, vec2, to underscore point. God, this is too easy to do, really. Map underscore whatever I put up above, which doesn't exist yet. There we go. So the signature of that will be GLM vec2. uint, isn't it? That's the signature. Copy that, it's just gone above map carve room. There we go. Alrighty. So all we need is a random value for the room width so we just need an X and Y. So GLM vec2 location that'll do. Right, that's initialized it. So let's get the X location, which will be the width of the room. Where do we store our rooms? G rooms. So we have G underscore rooms. And this is going to be room dot width. Okay. Just give myself some space there, a minute. So location, oops, dot X equals width. Plus and it's going to be G underscore rooms room, and it's going to be dot x. Done. Wow. Does that look right? Can't read it. Yes, that's right. I can read it now. Helps. And it wants to be a float, doesn't it? Otherwise it is going to complain. La 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 dee dee. Location Y. HEI, GHT, and the Y. Looking good. Oops. Done. We have random locations. 2 dice rolls and we get a random location. Interesting. Alright, so we now have a from point and a to point. This is where it gets a bit weird. We need to know what's already been added. Damn. I need to know one thing only. Wait a minute, we can just have a corridor count, can't we? Just like we had a room count. So we haven't got any corridors at the moment. So we've got 2 random points, okay. We have to walk down the corridors. carve only the parts we want. Oh God. Carve only something or other. And create a segment list. A from room to room. To room. And then we need to discard duplicates segments. Godfathers. Walk along the walk along the proposed corridor and create a segment list from room to room. Discard duplicate segments. Okay. What that means is for each room we have to state who it joins. Okay, yeah. Don't know is the answer. My don't know number is 126. Yeah. So this number here, the max corridors, will be the same as max rooms. So why don't we just call it max rooms? I like designing data. It's fun. So we've got max rooms. Don't know. I'm going to leave that. So for each room, we are going to find what we join it to. Okay. What we've got here, I. J equals 0. J has to be less than magic number. J++. And that becomes a J. Lovely. I just got things complicated very quickly. Can I drag you across? Yeah, I can. Cheers. Right. $126 possibilities each time. I think I want to lower that down to 64, otherwise it is going to be stupid. To be quite honest with you. Even 32 is probably stupid, but 64 is way too high as well. No, 32 then. Just keep halving it until I'm happy. Okay. I'm happy. So we know what room we're in. We now have to walk down our corridor and see if it intersects other rooms. It's going to take some thought, isn't it? Is it an impossibility? Oh, warm coffee, wow. So we're just testing for truths, aren't we? So if what we are looking at is true, then there is already a map tile there. And we have to find out where that map tile goes to. We know that every single room that we've already done is mapped to the next room, so we don't have to test for that. You don't have to test for the same room. Oh, we're going left to right, or are we going right to left? Oh my god, I'm still asking those questions. Well, I've just come across a piece of logic that is absolutely amazing. If anybody would like to write this piece of logic for me, please feel free. Ooh. Let's just do something simple for now and ignore it. We are going to need a midpoint. So we can go horizontal and vertical. So let's create a midpoint first of all. Vec 2 midpoint. Okay, how do we do these? The midpoint is where the x's agree and the y's agree. This is becoming habit. Initializing. Oh, I'm passing zeros. Alright, that's decided what that loop's going to be. I couldn't decide which way around that loop was going to be, could I? Oh no, I'll still be passing a 0, I'll still put -1 on there, won't I? So that doesn't matter. That can't be a 0. Width can't be 0, and height can't be 0, so where the hell did it get a 0 from? Room can be 0. And we are staying below the room count. Thought so. I was going out of bounds. There are 22, but it starts at 0. So it counts 0 to 21. Silly me. Okay, let's see if we can get our first corridor to generate between room 0 and room 1. I have no idea which is room 0. I think it's one of these over here. Who cares? But let's see if we can get a corridor to draw. But I need its midpoint. I was putting this up on purpose because I wanted to look at the map and how it works. So X down. The midpoint between two the junction between 2 points is the from X and the to Y. Assuming we're going to prioritize. Oh, we can't prioritize that. Okay, so it could be either. We can take midpoint dot x equals from point x So yeah, we can do that. That determines that we are going to go horizontal and then vertical. That is an assumption. So that is midpoint for carving horizontal, then vertical. Else, yeah, you can see an if coming up, can't you? We'd need also the midpoint for carving vertical, then horizontal. All spelt American way, so don't don't tell me that I've made spelling mistakes. I'm really not interested in those. That's wrong. Oh, lovely. It's just the reverse. Okay. If sand dice roll, two-sided dice please, is equal to 1, how much space did it put in that? I like having dice. So those are the dice rolls. And Now we can introduce our carving. It was horizontal, wasn't it? And that will be from point to midpoint. And then we want to go from midpoint to 2 point. And on this one, obviously, we want to do the reverse. So that will go from midpoint to the 2 point. The vertical we've changed the points around, haven't we? I see. It's still the same, so it's vertical from to mid. And then it's horizontal from the midpoint to the end point. Yeah. I've just said it, so that's what it becomes. That's how I name my variables. If I say it out loud, then that's what they become. Good. That will now carve out a corridor. That one there, isn't it? That gets altered. We've done a carve. So that gets altered there. And that gets altered there. Now, just help if I finish off the statement before thinking ahead. We have a printf to do. A number of corridors and it's %u again. It's an unsigned integer. It's alright, this is just for debugging purposes really. It'll probably get taken out. Oh, we did get some splatter. Wow, we carved that well, didn't we? We just seem to have splattered it everywhere. Oh dear. I wonder which one is room 1. So it's changed, but not successfully. My mouse is dead. Come on, come back to me. Thank you. So we map a couple of random points. Horizontal from point, midpoint. And then midpoint to end. I've done that the wrong way round. Right. Let's see what we're generating here. Okay, what do we got? Oh, lovely. Let's have a look from XRS. Okay. X and Y. Yeah, okay, I'm using X and Y. G and T are just variations, okay. Wish it wouldn't do that, but hey ho, it does. Our midpoint is inside the room. Okay. So it shouldn't be drawn. So it's gone to the second one. From 14 to 14. Yeah, it's gone to the right place. So what is the value of X and Y at this point in time? 1431. Yeah, that's right. That's all it does. So where's it going to in the vertical? It is going to the second one again. So it's going up. Okay. From Y is 26. 2, y is 26. Ah. Oh, wait a minute, we haven't got there, have we? So it's going up along... I have done this wrong, haven't I? No, I haven't. We're moving along the Y's now. First to last. And it's 26, so it doesn't go anywhere. So whatever I'm passing in is an absolute load of rubbish. Thank you. Which one was it going on, top or bottom? It went horizontal first, so it's on that one. Alright. I need the front point and midpoint now. I want to know what they are. $14.26. The front point is $14.31. And the midpoint is $14.26. So it should be going horizontal nowhere. It should be straight down to the end point. And I've done the variables the wrong way around. That's what that's telling me. Endpoint to midpoint should only have a change in y. It should still be x63. So it is the endpoint x that I need. Yeah, I've done these the wrong way around. See what difference that makes. Pretty big difference. Are they all connected? Something missing here. Like an equal sign. That's an interesting one there. Don't know how that exists. Everything's over to the right by 1. Yeah. We have yeah, everything's over to the right by 1. But you can see how we haven't managed them properly. Right, so why would everything be over to the right by 1? Means we're not carving out from the correct X point. In the horizontal. Something wrong with this carving. There's no point in putting an equal sign there, that doesn't matter. And I've put the equal sign in here, so everything's over to the right by 1. But that's correct. I've got a horrible feeling about that equal sign, or X is too far over. Is that coming from a random result? We've got a dice roll from 1 to the width. It is. It's -1. Otherwise you're going into the wall. That's the first thing I can fix. We should still have a dangling. That fixes the splatterage that was coming out of the right hand side. What about this one that isn't joining up? It's now joining up. It's not dangling anymore. That's an interesting one. That's gone outside on that side. So we need to bring it in on the left hand side as well. Okay. It's this randomness. This is awkward. Because he's going to give 1, 2. That's going to look stupid. On the Y location, we are 1 too far over, not down. One to the right, 1 to the left. Interesting. That can be a 0 minus the 1 because we've got the 1 there. That cancels out that. That cancels out that. That's wrong. I think I put my -1 in the wrong place, everybody. Because I'm adding it, yeah. Good point. Alright, that should get rid of this one on the left. And all should be joining up now. Oh, that's a beauty there. Wow, the midpoint's definitely working. Now we just have to stop these duplicates. Oh, we've still got one here. It's gone off the right hand edge. And here. It's gone between. It'll be the same with the downwards. We should have one sticking out at the top of something. I'm just not sure whether I can accept it or not at this point. We don't have any sticking out at the top. I mean, that could be one, but I can't tell. It's close. We've got a dungeon. There's one. Oh no, it's just going from there to there, and that one's going from there to there, or from there to there. Right. So what we have to do is register for each room the corridor and throw out any corridors which are duplicates, like these two are duplicates here, or any spaces that are duplicates. And that's a massive fault, a glaring fault. That's actually going from that room to this room, and it should be one line over. To the right or the left? Am I going too far right or am I going too far left? X minus 1, Y minus 1, that's correct. That's where it's coming from, isn't it? I've added minus 1s now into the other parts, so I don't think we should do that anymore. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, in the wrong place. That's the X direction on the vertical. Oh. That is correct. We have to move our X one to the left. Where does it draw the tile from? The top left-hand corner. To the right. So it's the way in which it's drawing the tile that is moving everything over by 1 square to the right and 1 square down. And that's why we have these minuses. And I think we're going to have to do the same here. Note, our tile is drawn from its top left position. It's because our tile is actually a physical thing with a size. Oh. And it's the same with the Y. Does that stop it? Or does it just transfer the problem into a different place? No, it doesn't stop it at all. No, it just makes it worse. Ah. Duh. The X position's still out. This is not the place to do it. We can't shift it at this point. It's already been decided. It's decided up here when we do the random bits. So this random location business needs to be -1 again. Oh, okay. For top left corners. That's correct now. Do we have our sticky out point up here? No, we don't. It joins up properly. Done it. We have it. We have our base dungeon map. Right, we can work with that if we want to. I am not getting a message out. Why? Who's not giving me the message? You aren't. Why? Oh, that's why. Because we haven't got return carriage on it. Windowing systems, I don't know. Oops. Buggered that up, didn't I? Actually, that'll do. Number of corridors, 21. So, yeah. That's correct. It only needs to draw 21 corridors to connect 22 rooms. Because it doesn't have to draw from the last room to the first room. It doesn't have to repeat itself. Well, we've got it right. Blooming heck. I don't believe this. So little code. So little code. And I do want a cup of coffee. That's amazing. We have just procedurally generated a very, very raw, basic, non-intelligently put together map. That's awesome. Just using a test tile that I generated just to test the system with. And it's all in 3D. Isn't that awesome? Yes! Pudding, it's absolutely awesome. I'm going to come and sort you out now. With a kick up the backside for peeing everywhere. Now I've got something else to clean up. Thank you. I have to pop you with sick all night. You don't care, do you? You just want your food? Yeah, okay. Pudding says he just wants his food. He doesn't care about the rest. So far, we have learnt how to well, without the randomness, procedurally generate a dungeon map using dice, which aren't totally random yet. I'm going to have to look that up because it's bugging me. Right, so I'm going to go have a cup of coffee and then we're going to look up a randomness. Oh, more pudding. Shush. I think that's rather good. This'll do. I should have this as a macro. There you go. Let's go grab a coffee. Going to take a break for a couple of minutes whilst I do that. And then I'm going to work out randomness because I don't like it doing the same map each time. We need to set our dice a-rolling. Come on then. Come on. let's look it up in the manual. So, what can we find in the manual on this? Could be interesting. What have we got in today's manual on how to make things random? God knows. No. Good God. God, this is all a mess. It's not a very good manual. Let's try in here. Yeah, it's time null. I think that's what I'm missing. Dice. Mouse, come back to me. Dice. When we are initializing our dice, I'm just doing srand. Let's try putting it to a uint. See if that helps. That should be it. See if that changes the map any. Nope. Should do. Why isn't srand working? Is it static? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, guess the magic number. srand is supposed to do exactly what I'm telling it to. The pseudo-random number generator is initialized using the argument passed as seed. The same seed will generate the same succession of results, which is what's happening to us. To some distinctive runtime value like the value returned by time. So what's time returning? God, I hate these kind of things. I hate things that don't work properly. Printf. The time returns and I will keep it as a %uint for now. What pudding? You just had food. So what is that producing? Absolutely nothing, because I don't think I saved it out, did I? Yeah, that's saved. You're trying to tell me it never gets here? That's probably what you're trying to tell me. And I didn't put that thing on it. So it returns that number. That returns a different number. Interesting. So it is doing ticks. I think it's in seconds. Yeah. It's looking like it is. That's 5601. It's definitely going up. So that srand is supposed to be working. So is it just not working enough? I'm getting the same map. Alright. Where do I first use my dice? That's the reason it's not working. Where am I actually trying to do this randomization? I thought I'd put it in main. I have, but that's not the first code where it's used. No, I haven't. I thought I had put it in here and I haven't, and that's the reason why it's not working. So where the hell did I put it? I put it in game, did I? Probably. There it is. No, that will not do. Keyboard. Thank you. Keyboard, come on. Okay. That looks like a different map. Yeah, that's a different map. And it actually looks correct except for that one square there. But that could be a turning point. Yeah. Gonna have to accept it for now. That's a different map. Yep, we've got random maps. Worked it out. We have totally random maps. My god. Yeah, we've still got this going up the side business, but that could be a turning point. So that's fine. I think we just got over too many routes, but I don't know. Does it make it more interesting or not? It's got the gaps. So that's a separated area. So the whole of this side is separate to the middle. And the whole of the middle is separate to the left. So it's not over spaghetti, but it's not good. It's not good at the same time. It's about there. It's roughly about there. So what we're not doing now, actually we want to save it at this point because we're now getting full maps being generated. Just rebuild the library in case we need to. Nope, we don't. So, on to save. On the library. What have we got here? Okay. Dice functions are now part of the library. And in Sandbox, we can now generate a full map with rooms and corridors. I don't think we haven't done it in a very efficient manner, but we've done it. Far from efficient. I mean, that's going to get altered a lot. So the maps didn't really take up too much. That is interesting, that we can do it in so little code, a full map. Completely procedurally generated using dice, which are random now. Wow. There is one thing I do want to know about our library, and it's our standard structures which I've been using. Yeah, it's got the ext on it. That's fine. So that's correct. So I've got GLM. I always get my GLM from there, never up here. There's a reason for it. If I get 2 includes in the code for GLM, it doesn't like me anymore. Where did my cup of coffee go? Poppy, what are you doing, Poppy? Don't meow. At least I found my cup of coffee quickly. My memory's not that slow then today, is it? And that means we now have the enough structure to start the game. We can come back and do the corridors at any time. So now there's 2 things I want to think about, and that is something that we haven't looked at yet, which is gameobjects.c, which I haven't even opened yet. Game.c has our run thing, game runs, this is the main loop basically. The main loop is 270. Now map is what? Really? 280. I will put that extra one on the end because I know it's needed. So yeah, it hasn't been inefficient, but it's not been brilliant, the map generation. The game is inefficient in that we don't have a renderer. Maybe we should make one. Because this is our renderer here. And that's going to be no good to us in a minute or two, because we're going to have to start rendering slightly more intelligently as well. Because we're going to be starting to use game objects, which means we can determine visibility. I've got 2 things I want to do for visibility. One is use game objects, like some kind of ECS, entity component system, with game objects being the entity, obviously. Let's have a look at game objects. These are just my notes of things that I think are useful. Yeah. So, entity components. Each component will be a structure. And then we will need a list of game objects of some kind. Total game objects, and those game objects will be made up of components. So we will have add component and get a component from a game object, those kind of things. And destroy game objects if we don't need them anymore. All of this should be self-memory managing. And it also means we are going to probably need a different kind of storage as well. I think we're going to have to look at linked lists in some way, shape or fashion. At some point during all of this. Again, linked lists would help us enormously in generating those corridors. At the moment, I don't even think I'm saving out the corridors. I just think I'm carving them, aren't I? Yeah, I'm just carving them, and I haven't even bothered to do what I wanted to do with them, which is save them. As a rectangle. So I haven't even used this. And because I haven't used it, I'm just going to do that because I don't even know if it's going to be needed. Oh, I can't just do that, can I? Yes, I can. No, it's gone. It's gone. We're not using it for this code, so stuff it. I don't think I'm using it. Nope, not using it. We are still overlapping, but that's probably a corridor going through. Hard to tell. Never mind. Not really bothered about that right now. Hold on a minute. Yeah, 36 rooms, 35 corridors. Look at the mess. What a mess. Fantastic. So it is working properly. But it's also not too far from being okay. It's still bad, but it'll do. For a beginner like me. Yeah. So I'm going to need linked lists. Or lists of some kind. A linked list is a bit like a vector. A vector, I do have a vector available to me, but it's only for integers, and I'm using that for the OpenGL side. So it's not a generic vector, it's just a specific vector that I've created for that purpose. Lists we can make generic, and we can use them for anything, and they will store things in lists which can grow and shrink. And I think will probably serve us better than extending vectors into different types and things. I think I want to do lists, so that's high on the agenda now. Okay, so you've got an idea that I've been thinking about game objects. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, massive, yeah. I have no idea what I'm doing yet with that. But dungeon level which can be stored as the game progresses. Generate rooms. Done. Generate corridors. Done. But not removed duplicates. Okay. So there is a note there. I don't like the word but. We are now getting proper randomness, so actually all of this lot can go now. We're not doing any of this lot in here anymore. Okay. Lovely. This looks better now. Put our initialization in. That's now finished. Don't need that many extra at the end. Fantastic. So that's our cleanup. What we are going to be doing next is an experimentation, I think. I can only call it an experimentation. So we're okay with that a lot. Not looking too bad so far. Look into loading GFX for map, monsters and player. Look into ECS so we can use global objects, game objects I called them. I think that's easier than it looks. ECS is simple. People just overcomplicate it for no bloody reason whatsoever. So that I'm not worried about. Loading graphics for map, monsters and player. Now, this is where I have to start making choices. Are we going to be traditional, which I think I'm going to be, because I can't do graphics for the life of me. And I have decided that we're going to call it roguelike the Sand, or the Sand roguelike. Yeah, that sounds better, doesn't it? The Sand roguelike. Wonderful what you can do when you change things around. The Sand roguelike. And we'll give that 4 stars, not 5. It's not a AAA, it's a 4-star game. That's how proud I am of it so far. We actually have a game. Map tiles. There's no question marks against that anymore. We have done that. Camera, we've done that. Textures and models I'm going to look at next. Shaders, yeah, we've done that to a point. We're using a shader. Special effects and shaders, no, we haven't. Collision, we haven't even thought about because we haven't got a player. Interaction and keyboard, no, we haven't really. Only for camera, which has to come off, and that has to be only for player. All interaction and keyboard and mouse will have to go to the player. I will not be deleting the camera movement mode or the see all mode, where you can see the whole map. That is going to be a special mode for debugging that we're going to keep in case I need to move around and look at things properly. So what we have at the moment is the basis for our debug tool. We have our map creation. So we've actually done a fair bit already. We've actually got the full debug mode working. Draw a coloured square on screen to represent the user. That's not what I want to do. Okay, let's get this all saved out. This is now complete. What did I do there? Update to comments. Really, that's all I've done. Right, that's it. That's the end of this program for now. Close workspace. Open folder. Projects. Yeah. I spent a little bit of time yesterday making sure that these were going to be alright. That's okay. Model loader. Model loader. Okay, that looks okay. Build sh. Got a git ignore there as well. Might need that. Delete. Get rid of that. Right. Does this build? First of all, what's it going to do? It's... That wasn't yesterday. It was the 16th yesterday. So that needs to be altered. That's the first thing. Right, so it's our standard setup for SDL from the other project that I've just closed. So all I've done is I've copied everything out from the other project. I've forgotten to leave a space there. Okay, just check through it with the while running blah de blah de blah blah de blah de blah, if current state blah blah blah, escape, then running equals false. We're polling the events for the X button in the top right hand corner. Clear render the window. Do we have a GL clear? Yeah, we do have the color. It's open GL, swap windows, delay. Yeah. Destroy quit. Create window is just from the library. Just dragged out create window from the library and popped that in here so that we could initialize everything. And right, let's try and run it. See what kind of cock up I've made. Async model loader with a window. Escape key works. Terminal 3.3, fantastic. Did I put shaders in here? No, I didn't. So we've got no shaders. Just as a warning, we've got no shaders. No, we haven't. All we've got is main. That's it. Okay. So let's do initial commit, because I haven't done one yet. This is a fresh, absolutely fresh thingy. Let's commit that. And initial setup for an open GL window using SDL2. Fantastic. Good stuff. Libs look good. Qt looks good. Main is the only thing we've got. Fantastic. Oh, I've got this now, have I? Oh, wow. I've just added this. I didn't realise I had it. So it now shows me all my histories. Oh, thank God for that. Yeah, I've got Git history now. I've been looking for a way to get Git history in, and I found a Git history by this guy here, Don Hyaman. Nay, maybe. I think that's a H. Not sure. Anyway, what it does is it gives us Git history, and that means I can look at my Git history better and find out what I'm trying to do with things a bit easier. Oh, that's excellent. So it tells me here I'm on the master branch, and you should never ever program onto a master branch. But as this hasn't been published, I can. I can break all the rules and any rule I wish to. I don't care. Now, what am I going to be doing with this? Not that anymore. We're finished with dice. What I'm going to be looking at here is something... I wish it wouldn't do that. That is really getting on my nerves now. Just pop it up, mate. What I'm looking at is something called ASSIMP, which is the open source asset import library. Library to import various well-known 3D model formats in a uniform manner. And as you can see, I have it on my machine. It's at SourceForge. God knows why it says SourceForge. Oh, that's just opened Firefox. No, don't just don't bother. Just don't bother, Firefox. I'm not interested. That's GLM. Let's go to ASIMP. www.asimp.org. Here we go. The Open Asset Importer Library. Sorry. It imports models. That's what it does. And there's full documentation here on how to use it. But there's something very interesting in this documentation. Access by plain C function interface. The plain function interface is just as simple, but requires you to manually call the cleanup after you're done with the imported data. To start the import process, call AI import file with the file name in question and the desired post-processing flags that you would like. The more post-processing you do, the longer it takes, basically. If the call is successful, an AI scene pointer with the imported data is handed back to you. When you're done with the extraction of the data you're interested in, call AI release import on the imported scene to clean up all resources. So we've got three things to do. We've got AI import, get our data, and AI release import. And that's it. And these are the includes here. So, we're going to try and do it. So this is going to be ASIMP. I'm just wondering what to call the C file. Load 3D model. May as well. I can't see any reason not to. We've got OpenGL, haven't we? Yes, we have. Right. Will I need GLM? Yeah. I think I will. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Right, so the VS Code's working okay. I got that bit right. Build directory is working okay. So all I really need is a file to work in. And yeah. Load model 3D. I'll do it with underscores, please, because it's going to be in C. .c. And there we have it. And I'll take everything that I've got here, copy it over. Today's the 17th. And that's as far as we've got. We've got no files yet. Right. It's looking good. You do know I've got no idea what I'm doing with this, but we are going to do it. We're going to do the programming tomorrow. I've already done the research. I'm not doing any more research on it tonight. Do I need to do any more research on our main program? No. Everything that we put in here, all the functionality and the functions and everything, are going to go into our library and be compiled in there. I'll be splitting this up into a CPP file and a header in the end, and just throwing everything in there. But it's got to return to us two things. We need a VAO and an index count. There you go. That's all we need. As we know. Shaders we'll decide on later. To start off with, that's all we need. That will be mesh data only. Mesh data. But that's not quite true. Other possibilities are the normals data, UV data if we want textures. Anything else we might want? No. Color is irrelevant. we can set the colour to whatever we want. No, we can't. Or can we? Are we able to do this in which we can set a colour by ourselves? To do that, we would need to leave the VAO running whilst we set the colour. That's dangerous. With a specified colour. Can't get away from that, really. So, I'm going to say user specified colour, not model specified colour. So we can actually get away with just mesh and colour initially. But I really would like those normals. I'm not bothered about UV. I'm not bothered about textures. But those normals. Oh, let me do some shader programming. Please, please, please. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I like doing shader programming. I'm a big fan of it. I'm going to leave that there. That's just the ideas for that. That's where we're up to. Okay. Okay. Notes on loading a 3D model. Alrighty. Sometimes that's all I do. Just some notes. I think that'll do. That's where I'm up to. That's no good to me now. I'm going to keep that open. No, yeah, going to keep that open. Just close the window. I don't care about it anymore. Why is that still open? Oh, right, I was looking at it on a separate one, was I? Never mind. Closing the windows down. That's always usually a good idea when I'm about to do something stupid. What do we have? Type to search, okay. Blend. No, we don't. We don't even have Blender. Add remove. Let's have oh, there you go. No, I've got it here. Remove Blender. It says I've got it. Stupid. It's there. Duh. Hello, Blender. How are you doing? Very large. Oh, that's a bit more manageable. Yeah. Can we squish you over a bit? Like? Don't really need that much space for what I want to do. Okay. Let's delete the cube, shall we? I've no idea what I'm doing in this Blender thing, so bear with me. Okay. Got a scene. Have a break. If anybody knows how to use Blender and they want to come up with any models, then feel free, but they've got to be 1 meter by 1 meter maximum. So please remember that one of these squares here is 1 meter. Okay, that's the idea. I just haven't got the measurement thingies showing on here. I don't even know how to do it. Does it tell me at the bottom? No, not really. Oh well. So, I am going to honour the true nature of a roguelike game. Even though I've got 3D graphics going on, I still want it to be text-based. And I think that's only fair. So how do I put a piece of text on there? That's my next question. Well, there's a way to do it, obviously. Maybe write a cursor on a cursor or something. Is there a text cursor available? What mode am I in? I'm in object mode. What, Pudding? What are you crying about? It's an hour till your tea. Hmm. 3D text in Blender. Is it difficult to do? I don't know. How many times have I ever used Blender? About 10 times in my lifetime. Maybe I should use it more. I do a lot of OpenGL programming and I never do a lot of models. That's typical. I just use models that I've created for test purposes. Right, let's have a look, see what we've got on here. Add. Text. That's the name, is it? Okay, can I delete? What does it contain? This is interesting. Okay. Alright, you can display this as a texture, okay. La 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 la. Yeah, that's not it. Okay. Alright, I've got that. Edit mode. Ooh, I see a cursor. Oh, yes, baby. Oh, yes. Right, what do we need? We need... that is what we need. Rotation around the x-axis, please. Julia, so it's 90. Okay. Looking good so far. It's not very big. Scale-wise. 2. 2, 2. Bit bigger. Now I can't seem to click into this window. Oh, right, we're on a location, that's why. Alright. But to get it in size... Oh, right, that's 2 of these. Oh, right, so in the y-axis I want 1. 10. So 10 there. So that's a meter. That's 1 meter. In the up axis, I would like it to move. Oh, Z is up, is it? Okay, sorry. Z is up. We'll move it up 20. Where's that? Oh, that didn't work very well. That's gone way too hard. 2. If I'm right, it should be touching the floor now. It is. Location. We'll work that out in a minute. Width. Average width of the person. Y direction. X. Chest size, I suppose. Shoulders. I don't know. Why is the Y direction not working? How do I put depth onto this thing? The Y direction doesn't seem to be influencing it. I know what I've done wrong then. Y is up, isn't it? No, Z is up. Is that too big? Doesn't look like it. No, it's about right. I just want depth. So, Y is 10. X is 7. Z I would like to be 4. We're not getting depth. This is not working on scaling. How do we add depth? Um, 0.5. No, I just moved it. So I don't think it's those. Gotcha. I found an extrude, which should be 0.3 or 2.5, one of the two. I can't remember which for a human being, but I don't care. I am not a professional model maker. I'll go for 0.3. Okay, we've got an @ sign, bit thick, bit dense. Let's go 2.5 then. Bit of 2.5. Yeah, that looks okay. Go back to this one. X direction, isn't it? 90. Okay. Now I want to move its center to the cursor. And we've done it. That's all we should need. I've got to know where the center is. Edit mode, view, select, text. Am I going to bevel it? No. That's too much to ask of me right now. That's what we've got. We have an @ sign, which is textually the correct character for player. But we don't have it at the center. What does this do? Set the cursor location. No. Object. Set origin. Geometry to what? Right. So origin is going to be the center of mass. Sets the object's origin by either moving the data or set to center of data. Use a 3D cursor, right? What happens if I just take it to origin to 3D cursor? Nothing. Selection to cursor. Oh, right, just does that, does it? Great. Convert to... Convert it to a mesh. I don't see the point in that, it already is one. Nope. No. I'm not quite sure about this bit. I don't know where the centre of that is, but this program does. Blender does. Set the origin geometry to origin, origin to geometry, origin to centre of mass. Now we've got a dot now. I know where it is. I want that dot on there. So origin to cursor. That's the cursor, isn't it? Yeah. And that just moves the dot from there to there. Okay. Fine. I was right on the first one. So just undo that edit. Right. I've got the origin in the correct place. Do I have to turn it into a mesh? I don't think I do. Nope. How do I move the whole of that selection to the origin of the world? It's got to move, but not the kind of move I want. Rotate, scale, transform. I know where that dot is now. Right, let's look at the z-axis. 4.5. Scale of 4. Doesn't make sense to me at all. Oh, that's because I've got a rotation on it still. Right, we need to normalise these out. We need to set these. And there's a way of doing it in here. What if it's that one? That's the one. Done it. We have done it. We have an @ sign. Wow. Well, we have the mesh. Perfect. Which way round is that? Oh, that's the correct way round, yeah. Yeah, that's correct. What I can do then is just save that out as a Blender file, I think. For now. That'll do. Save as. Projects. Sandbox model loader. Blender. Untitled. Okay, this is the player. Player. Okay. Done. All I need to do now is go back into edit mode. Backspace 1. What should we have as a monster? M? M. Yeah, M. That'll do. So, got to do the same things again to it, have I? So, go back into object mode. Object. Set origin. Origin to the center of mass. Surface or volume? Don't know. Volume. Yeah, that's the right place. It'll do. And then we put the object. Snap. Selection to cursor. There we go. And there's our monster. M for monster. Can't get that one wrong now, can we? Anything else we might want? No. At this time, no. As you can tell, I've already had enough of this blender process, and the cats are getting a bit frisky for the food. But yeah. That should work. No idea if it will or not. Right, so what we have to do is load it up using a colour. We are going to need GLM. Doesn't matter. Include load model C in. Yeah, okay. Main. And it's just going to be load model 3D.c. Yeah, that'll do. I put it to C11, didn't I? Yeah, okay. There we go. That's that done. Don't need to link against GLM, but it does need maths and it does need standard lib, which we've got both of here. So I can link it here. I'll take you. And hash include GLM, and I will use something else. Anything else? Is it EXT? I think it is. Dum. GLM EXT HPP. Yes, we have it. Good. We're done. We're in. We're rocking. We're rolling. We have models. Yeah, a monster and a player. This is going to be fun. I like doing things like this. Models can be found in the Blender directory. There we go. I think that's about... Oh, don't you start this crap. I know what those include errors are, and they are here. Math and stdlib. They're here. Just bloody use them. It takes it ages to work it out. But that's okay. It isn't a thing. I've just got to use them, I guess. I don't know. Thank you. We could pull in the current test object. No, don't. That's going to confuse everything. No, I'm going to leave it as this for now. Right. Main's calling it anyway. So that's everything we need there. And this is everything we need here for starting tomorrow. So lovely. We have a way forward. We are going to make a 3D model loader this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And we are going to be able to hopefully by the end of the weekend, we'll be able to display 3D models on screen using C. Why not? We've got the ASIMP importing library, so we should be able to do that. In the meantime, what I would like you to do is take care, have fun, have a good weekend, have a good Friday night. And Muppet, don't look at me like that. Muppet sat on the mouse. Never mind. You lot just take care. I've done enough on that for today. So, done enough programming. So we can shut down here. And we can shut down on here. So bye for now.